All the way up. Both the other one. Yeah, it's working. It's working. It's just picking up that. Go ahead. Yeah, we're good.
Good morning and welcome to the IU Natatorium here in Indianapolis, Indiana. This is day 3 of the 2022 Indiana Age Group State Championships. We are starting here this morning with the boys 13-14 200-yard IM. We are in the North Pool for the boys prelims. The South Pool is the girls prelims this morning. So make sure you're on the right broadcast. This is the boys North Pool prelims this morning on day 3. This is heat 1 of 6 of the boys 13-14 200 IM. I am your host, Gina Ferrix, and I am here with Ryan Conley this morning in Indianapolis, Indiana. All right, we have heat 1 up on the block. In lane 3, we have Luke Feller. Lane 4, Nolan Pugh. Lane 5, Jack Hildreth. And lane 6, Hayden Weber.
So the first heat of 6 in prelims today. That means 3 of those heats will be circle seated. 3 of these heats will be uncircle seated. So the first 3 heats will be very close. It's the 200 IM, which means you do a 50 of each stroke in order.
Starting at us here, Hayden Weber. Fastest butterfly split at 27:09. The top 16 will come back for finals tonight. This is a prelims event, prelims and finals. Top 16 come back for finals. Hayden Weber still leading this heat. A strong backstroke 50, 31.66. First 100, 58.75. The meet record for this event is 153.64. That was set in 2014. And the zone cut for the 13-14 200 IM is 2:05.6.
And so far, Hayden has had a commanding lead. He is the only one entered as a long course time, but so far been taking this heat by storm.
Looks like Hayden Weber is going to set the standard for this boys 200 IM this morning. Finishing strong here on freestyle. And Hayden will take the win for heat 1, 2:09.39. Next up, Heat 2. Heat 2 of 6. On the block, we have George Callis from Fisher's Area Swimming Tigers. Lane 2, Jake Schroeder from LaPorte Community Turbo Swim. Lane 3, Benjamin Lopez, Summit City Aquatics. Lane 4, Eli Webster, Mount Vernon. Lane 5, Charlie Brewer, Howard County Aquatics. Lane 6, Kotaro Nagai from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 7, Jackson Pyle from Summit City. And in lane 8, Ethan Johnson from Carmel. First out in 50 fly, lane 1, George Callis, out in 25.94. All of these boys are seated with a 211, so we can expect a very tight race here. Strong underwaters for Callis there in lane 1.
And Charlie Brewer is having a good race too, keeping up with him, the 13-year-old.
Callis still in the lead, 32.7 on that 50 backstroke split. Although Jackson Pyle, lane 7, 32.1, fastest backstroke split of the field. He is third at the 100.
And it looks like lane 1 is going to touch first. George Callis at the 38.40. Not the fastest split in the pool, though.
George Callis there, still at the top of your screen, leading this heat. Fastest time in heat 1 was 2:09.3. Looks like Callis will be a little faster than that. And he will win heat 2 with a 2:05.34.
Getting that zone cut and getting the time to beat for the next 4 heats.
Big time drop for George Callis. All right, heat 3 of 6. Up on the block, lane 1, Daniel Jones from Summit City. Lane 2, Camden Stutzman from Concord Swim Club. Lane 3, Kyle Goodwin from East Central. Lane 4, Luke Pugh from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Kyle Mueller from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 6, Carter Hadley from Carmel. Lane 7, Ethan Pyrus from Brownsburg. And lane 8, Trent Allen from Riviera.
And a close race so far. We'll see who touches first here. Looks like it's going to be Luke Pugh with a 26.26.
Still not a circle-seated heat yet. These boys in the middle, seated with a 2:09. Looks like Luke Pugh is taking charge of this heat in lane 4. The strong backstroke. You don't see too many swimmers doing that crossover turn from back to breast, just as long as it's quick enough. Luke Pugh, still your leader here. 31.5 on that backstroke split. Fastest backstroke split across the pool. Looks like he's going to hold his lead leading up to this freestyle last 50. Luke Pugh, lane 4, still your leader, 37.1 on that 50 breaststroke. Fastest 50 in the field. He's almost 2 body lengths ahead of the rest of the field. 2:05.34, fastest time this far in heat 2. And it looks like Luke Pugh will beat that, 2:03.67. Second place goes to Carter Hadley from Carmel, 2:07.19.
And Luke Pugh gets that zone cut. Not only that, but he gets the new fastest time, the time to beat. But now we go into the heats that are circle seated, and we'll watch a lot of different races and maybe our boys coming out on top a little bit more.
All right, first of the circle seated heats. In lane 1, we have Drew Dubois from Carmel. Lane 2, George Patterson from Valpo. Lane 3, Isaac Lewis, Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 4, Marcus Smith, Tippecanoe Valley. Lane 5, Logan Powinski from Summit City. Lane 6, Jack Kaiser from Carmel. Lane 7, Lee Balcom from Fishers. And lane 8, Liam Hayward from Noblesville. Your leader after the 50 fly is lane 5, Logan Poswinski, on a 25.30.
And you'll see a lot of these boys are trying to break that 2-minute barrier. One of them already is very close. That's Marcus Smith from Tippecanoe Valley.
After backstroke, Marcus Smith has now taken the lead. 29.46 for that backstroke split. Almost 2 seconds faster than the rest of the field on that 50. He's your leader. In the middle of the pool, lane 4, Marcus Smith. Not far behind him is lane 5, Logan Poswinski. It's going to be a race this last 50. They touch almost at the same time. Marcus Smith a little bit faster. 36.84 for that 50 breaststroke. Now racing for this last finish. 2 boys in the middle of your screen. Over a body length ahead the rest of the field. 2:03.67 is your fastest time this far. Looks like these boys will challenge that time. And it will be lane 4, Marcus Smith, 2:01.11. Slight add from his seed time, but we will see him again tonight. And I think he will be dropping and getting a best time this evening.
And a very close race between those 2 boys in the middle in that last heat. Breaststroke is a place where you can really come back in a heat.
On to heat 5 of the boys 13-14 200 IM. In lane 1, we have Victor Herbert from Fishers. Lane 2, Alexander Reese from Franklin. Lane 3, Shannon Wright II from Carmel. Lane 4, Jun Young from Southeastern. Lane 5, Brian Kwan from Carmel. Lane 6, William Lathrop from Carmel. Lane 7, Henry Linus from Center Grove. And lane 8, Riley Sweeney from Carmel.
And so far, Brian out very fast with a 25.51. But it's a close race between those 3 boys in the middle there. That's John Shannon Wright II and Brian Quinn.
Looks like Brian Kwan will be your leader at the 100 after the backstroke. Touching at a 56.85. Split 31.3 on that 50. However, lane 6, William Lathrop. Fastest 50 backstroke in the field, 30.5. He's second at the 100. On to breaststroke. It looks like Brian Kwan is still your leader. Fastest time this morning was set in the previous heat, 2:01.11.
And a lot of those boys are making their moves for second here. One boy that really sticks out is Henry Linus, really improving on that breaststroke and trying to catch up to what looks like lane 6, Will Lathrop.
Lane 5, still your leader. 12 meters to go. Looks like he will win this heat. Lane 5, Brian Kwan, 2:01.46. Heat 5 winner. Still the previous heat posted the fastest time by Marcus Smith, 2:01.11. This is heat 6 of 6. Last heat of the boys 13-14, 200 IM. And lane 1, we have Ivan Blistiff from Concord. Lane 2, Corey Hahn from Carmel. Lane 3, Ethan Zhang from Carmel. Lane 4, David Kovacs from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 5, Leo Nye from Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Grant Hibisky from Summit City. Lane 7, Todd Hundley from Club Olympia. And lane 8, Colin Gallagher from Lake Central Barracudas.
And Kovacs has been having a really good meet, and he's only about 4 seconds off that record, so he's going to be going for it, if not prelims and finals. And Kovacs out fast at 25 low. We'll see what he can do for that rest of the 200, but he had a really good butterfly, and he's looking to have a really good backstroke so far.
Looks like lane 4, David Kovacs is your leader at the 100. Split 29.9 on that 50 backstroke. Fastest in the field. Right behind him is Leo Nye. 57.3, 30.8 on that 50 backstroke. Looks like David is leading this heat by over a body length on the breaststroke.
And Corey Hahn there making his move on the breaststroke at the top of your screen, lane 2.
Lane 4, David Kovacs touches first, leading into this last 50. He has quite an advantage on this 50 freestyle. Looking very smooth. Although it looks like Corey Hahn, lane 2, is coming on strong this last 25 freestyle. Fighting for second place.
And now it's a 4-way race for second. Let's see who actually touches first.
David Kovacs, lane 4, 2:00.08 is your heat winner and will be seated first tonight. In second, we have Corey Hahn, 2:01.8. Lane 3 is third, 2:02.63. David Kovacs posted fastest time here this morning, 2:00.08. He will be seated first tonight going into finals. Up next, we have the boys 11-12 100-yard backstroke. This is heat 1 of 5. In lane 3, we have Tyler Smith from Fishers. Lane 4, Finn McMahon from Riviera. In lane 5, Liam Picrilli from Highland Hurricane Swim Club. The meet record for this event, 55.13 set in 2019 from Carter Lancaster. Zone cut for this event, 102.79.
And these boys are off with a great start. And we'll see how they do here. for 100 backstroke, it's all about your kicking, and your legs are the biggest part of your race. But another big part of your race is those underwaters that they're doing, and most of them have very good underwaters so far.
Yeah, you can see on that start, lane 5, Liam Pacrilli, he was, I think, 15 meters off that first start. Very important to work those underwaters. He's Tyler Smith, lane 3, leading at the 50, out in 32.98. Very close race for all three of these boys. Tyler Smith is seated with a long course time of 1:17. Heading into that last 25, these boys are looking strong. You see their tempo increasing. Going to be a very tight race as we head into the finish. And lane 5, Liam Pacrilli, he takes this heat 1:108.98. Sets the standard for this event. We are now on to heat 2 of 5. In lane 1, we have Jacob Fox from Riverside Aquatics. Lane 2, Michael Zhu from Avon Community Swim Team. Lane 3, Donald Zhao from Carmel. Lane 4, Shane Kelly from Brownsburg. Lane 5, Max Barnes from Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Nathan Sackett from Summit City. And lane 7, Bryce Lowe from Carmel Swim Club.
And those boys are off with their starts there. And looks like lane 4, Shane Kelly from Brownsburg had the longest underwaters. But lane 2, Michael Zhao is having a really fast-paced backstroke so far.
Lane 4, Shane Kelly seated with a 1:07. Rest of the field seated with a 1:08. It should be a very close race. This is your last non-circle seated heat. At the 50, lane 2, Michael Zhu leading with a 31.5. Very close behind him, lane 5. He also flips at a 31.5. Going into this last 25, it looks like it will be Max Barnes leading. (1:08.98) set by heat 1 is the time to beat. And he will beat that time. Lane 5, Max Barnes, 1:04.54.
Huge time drops for Max Barnes. Took off almost a whole 4 seconds and sets that new standard for the other boys to look at and try to go faster than.
All right, heat 3 in the water. This is their first circle seated heat. Heat 3 of 5. In lane 1, we have Alex Chang from Carmel. Lane 2, Everett Heiser from Zionsville. Lane 3, Easton Zhao from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 4, Eddie Zhu from Carmel. Lane 5, Austin Bruford from Carmel. Lane 6, Braden Wright from Noblesville. Lane 7, Reese Domgwinski from Fort Wayne. And lane 8, Kai Paredes from Riviera.
And so far, a pretty even race between those boys at the top of your screen. Lanes 1 and 2, Alex Chang and Everett Heiser. But looks like the middle is really taking a lead here. Eddie Zhu.
As we flip at the 50, lane 4, Eddie Zhu is out in 30.5. He is your leader. Teammate Austin Bruford, also from Carmel, second at the 50, 31.39. Looks like Eddie Zhu is still taking the lead as we head into this last 25.
And Eddie Zhu has almost a whole body length lead on every other person in the pack. And let's see what time Eddie touches with here.
1:02.08. That beats the fastest time thus far. Lane 5's touches second. 104.62. Carmel teammates 1-2.
And Eddie Zhu had his splits are actually very even, only adding about a second on that second 50. So he probably could have gotten faster because a second difference is not very much, especially on 100.
I think we'll be seeing Eddie Zhu tonight. .102.08. Fastest time this morning. This is heat 4 of 5. In lane 1, we have Lucas Hanowick from Irish. Lane 2, Andrew Schreier from Brownsburg. Lane 3, Peter Kovacs from Indiana Swim Club. Lane 4, Preston Lamp from Newburgh Sea Creatures. Lane 5, Hank Calhoun from Valpo. Lane 6, Patrick Collins from Summit City. Lane 7, Lucas Stefan from Franklin Regional Swim Team. And lane 8, Luis Sanchez Gonzalez from Dector Township Aquatic Club.
And let's see how these boys do here. Preston Lamp is the number 2 seed in this event. And so far, he's having a very good race, out about half a body length than anyone else in his heat, but those two boys outside of him are really catching up.
Flipping first at the 50, Preston Lamp. In lane 4, out in 30.03. He is still your leader going into this last 25 here. So these boys racing to the finish. Fastest time, 102.08. See if Preston can beat that. Yep, 101.71 by Preston Lamp, lane 4. He is your winner for heat 4.
And a tiny little time drop for Preston Lamp there. We'll see how he does in finals, but now we have the last heat of swimming, and the fastest seat is under a minute.
This is heat 5 of 5 of the boys 11-12 100-yard backstroke. In lane 1, we have Dylan Pacheco from Lake Central Barracudas. Lane 2, Austin Carlisle, Fishers. Lane 3, Moses Weaver from Greenwood Gators. Lane 4, Harry Brunner from Concord. Lane 5, Kellen Whitehouse from Irish. Lane 6, Austin Pritz from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 7, Tate Nobalk from Summit City. And lane 8, Ty Lordson from Terre Haute.
And watch these boys here. Harry Brunner is about a whole 4 seconds faster than the next fastest kid in this heat. But it looks like Kellen Whitehouse is putting up a real race with him.
Turning first at the 50, lane 4, Harry Brunner, 28.91. And second at the 50, lane 5, turning at 30.3. Fastest time was heat 4. And the 100 backstroke, 101.71. Lane 4, Harry Brunner is seated under a minute. Let's see if he can get under a minute this morning. And he will. 59.31 from Harry Brunner. He is seated first going into finals tonight. Lane 5, Kellen Whitehouse. 103.42. He touches second in heat 5. That was the last heat of the boys 11-12 100 backstroke. Now we are on to the boys 13-14 100 backstroke. There are 7 heats. 7 heats of the boys 13-14 100 backstroke. The meet record in this event is 49.92, set in 2019 by Will Moglin. The zone cut for this event, 56.19.
And the boys are getting ready to get started here on the 100 backstroke. The 13-14 boys, that is.
We will not have any 5-minute breaks as we did yesterday in between each event. And they're off. First heat in lane 3, we have Alex Madiera from Franklin Regional. Lane 4, Riley Sweeney from Carmel. And lane 5, Jack Hildreth from Capital Aquatics. All of these boys are seated with a 100 100 backstroke.
So the big deal for here them would be breaking that minute. You almost already have to get a state cut. These boys barely made the state cut. They're going to be trying to break that minute here today.
Out first at the 50, Jack Hildreth, lane 5, 28.96. That's a strong first 50. Sets him up to go under a minute on this 100. There are 7 heats. It's heat 1.
And let's see who touches first here.
First in heat 1, Riley Sweeney, 59.12. He breaks that minute barrier and sets that standard for the rest of the event. Heat 2 up now. $13-14 backstroke. In lane 2, we have Callan Barrier from Duneland Swim Club. Lane 3, Bro Brunner from Concord. Lane 4, James Williams from Capital Aquatics. Lane 5, Carson Collier from Fort Wayne. Lane 6, Jackson Pyle from Summit City. And lane 7, Ethan Pyrus from Brownsburg Swim Club. Fastest time this morning was under a minute in heat 1, 59.12. The 2 boys in the middle, lane 4 and 5, they are seated under a minute. First at the 50, lane 3, Bo Brunner, 28.05. Close behind him, lane 2, the top of your screen. Looks like Bo Brunner is still your leader going into this last 25. As we approach the 100 wall, he's looking very strong here. And he will win heat 2, the 57.55. In second, we have Jackson Pyle, lane 6, 58.5. Lane 3, Bo Brunner, he sets the fastest time in this event thus far, 57.55.
And a big time drop for him. Not only breaking that minute, but also dropping 3 whole seconds. Very good job to Bo Brunner there. And we'll see heat 3 get in the water next.
This is heat 3 of 7. In lane 1, we have Isaiah Winko from Dector Township Aquatic Club. Lane 2, Benjamin Lopez from Summit City. Lane 3, Charlie Brewer from Howard County Aquatics. Lane 4, Carter Schultz from Irish. Lane 5, Will Ladine from Carmel. Lane 6, Kyle Mueller from Flashes Aquatics. Lane 7, Jackson Morris from Fort Wayne. And lane 8, Nolan Pugh from Southeastern Swim Club.
And let's see who flips first here. And it's going to be lane 2 at the top of your screen, Benjamin Lopez. But it's a very close race for first and second between those 3 guys at the bottom of your screen that are neck and neck with each other.
Underwaters on this last wall is super important. You see at the top of your screen, Benjamin Lopez fighting for first. And Heat 3 winner will go to Will Ledeen in lane 5, 58.31. From Heat 2, Bro Brunner still holds the fastest time this morning, 57.55.
And now our first, not our first circle seated heat yet, but this is the next fastest heat, Heat 4. We'll see these boys get in the water soon.
It's Heat 4 of 7. In lane 1, we have Harrison Barents-Froman from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 2, Carter Hadley from Carmel. Lane 3, Dustin Starkey from South Bend. Lane 4, Ethan Rose, Greenwood Gators. Lane 5, Rush Curry from Tri-West. Lane 6, Ryder Shell from Riverside Aquatics Club. Lane 7, Alexander Smith from Duneland Swim Club. And Lane 8, David Barnett, Franklin Regional Swim Team.
And wow, so far, all of them having a very good race. But we saw lane 2, Carter Hadley from Carmel, touch first. I think that's about a whole bike-length lead. But it's a close, very close race for second between those two boys sandwiching him.
All of these boys in Heat 4 are seated under a minute. This is the last of the non-circle seated heats. You can see Carter Hadley at the top of your screen going to win Heat 4 with a 57.81.
Still doesn't beat that time set back in heat number 2 by Bo Bruner, but a very fast time to get him second seed.
Lane 7, Alexander Smith touches second in Heat 4, 57.98. Now we head to the circle seated heats of the 13-1400 backstroke.
And we'll see some fast swims here. Will Lathrop is ahead of his heat by 2 seconds. Same for Henry Linus, and then for Kovacs, 5 whole seconds.
Still the fastest time was Heat 2, 57.55. This is Heat 5 of 7. In lane 1, we have Jake Schroeder from LaPorte Community Turbos. Lane 2, Trent Allen from Riviera. Lane 3, Landon Schimmel from Valpo. Lane 4, William Lathrop from Carmel. Lane 5, Matthew Weeks from Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Peter Cotlin, Lowell Dolphin Swim Club. Lane 7, Max Height from Center Grove. And lane 8, Drew DuBois from Carmel Swim Club.
Very close, but watch lane 1. Jake Schroeder there from LaPorte. He's at the top of your screen. But after that underwater, we saw Peter Cotlin really take an advance on his race. Sorry, that is actually Matthew Weeks from Irish really taking an advance on his race.
It's a very close heat. Matthew Weeks has a slight lead at the 50 on 27.03. As we head into this last 50, tight race in between lanes 4 and 5. William and Matthew racing to this last 5 meters here. Your Heat 5 winner, lane 4, William Lathrop, 55.63. That is the fastest time this morning.
And just a reminder for you guys at home, the meet record is a 49.92, association record of 49.06, J-Nat cut of 49.39, and sectional cut of 53.39.
All 8 swimmers were under a minute. Very fast heat. This is Heat 6 of 7. In lane 1, we have Kyle Goodwin from East Central Swim Team. Lane 2, Hamilton Gates, Summit City. Lane 3, Everett Loney, Summit City. Lane 4, Henry Linus, Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 5, Noah Geppert, Riviera. Lane 6, Hayden Weber, Lake Central Barracudas. Lane 7, Lee Balcom, Fishers. And Lane 8, Marcus Smith, Tippecanoe Valley. Leading first at the 50, very strong leadoff, Henry Linus, 26.57. He is taking control of this heat. However, you see lane 8, Marcus Smith, fighting for that first place finish. Very strong underwaters by Henry Linus on that last wall.
And it's going to be an exciting finish with Henry Linus touching first. Oh, sorry, Marcus Smith snuck in there and got first. 54.89, the new time to beat. And a sectional cut for him.
Marcus Smith leading this event, 54.89, with one heat to go. This is your last heat, heat 7.
And you're going to want to watch David Kovacs here in lane 4. He goes a 50.89. The meet record is a 49.92. We'll see if he can beat that today. He'll most likely have 2 chances to.
In lane 1, Anthony Korchnak from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 2, Keishan Karunaki from Valpo. Lane 3, Colin Waldron from Summit City. Lane 4, David Kovacs, Indiana Swim Club. Lane 5, Leo Nye from Irish. Lane 6, Hale McCann, Indiana Stars Swim Club. Lane 7, Garrett Gabhart from Lawrence County Aquatics. And lane 8, Diesel Mullen from Mooresville area. Wow, heading into this 75. David Kovacs, strong lead on 25.01, almost a 24. Awesome underwaters on that last 25. And he will cruise this prelim swim with a win in heat 7. And the fastest time posted, 51.84 by David Kovacs. Second place goes to lane 3, Colin Waldron, 55.66. Next event, boys 11, 12, 50-yard breaststroke. There are 5 heats this morning. Top 16 come back at night. At the end of this morning's session, we will have 3 heats of the boys 13-14, 16-50-yard freestyle. There will be 1 heat swimming with finals tonight at the start of the session at 5 o'clock. But we will end this morning with 3 heats of the boys 13-14, 16-50 freestyle. Top 16 coming back for finals tonight in the boys 13-14 200-yard IM. 16th, Blystiff. 15th, Patterson. 14th, Lanthrop. 13th, Linus. In 12th, Lewis. 11th, Reese. 10th, Young. And in 9th, Luke Pugh. 8th, top 8. In 8th place, Hibisky. Lane in 7th, Nye. Lane in 6th place, Zhang. 5th, Han. 4th, Poswinski. 3rd, Quan. 2nd, Marcus Smith. And your top qualifier tonight for the boys 13-14 200 IM, David Kovacs. Top 16 coming back for finals tonight for the boys 11-12 100 backstroke. In 16th, Collins. 14th, tied for 14th, Austin Carlisle and Luis Sanchez Gonzalez. In 13th, Zhu. In 12th, Lauritsen. In 10th, Bruford. Tied for 10th, Zhao. And in 9th, Austin Pritz. Your top 8 qualifiers, Max Barnes. 8th. 7th is Moses Weaver. 6th, Hank Calhoun. 5th, Peter Kovacs. In 4th, Helen Whitehouse. In 3rd, Eddie Zhu. In 2nd, Preston Lamp. And your top qualifier for the boys 11-12 100-yard backstroke for finals, Harry Brunner.
It looks like we are taking a little bit of a break after these strokes, but after this, so now we'll have the 50 breaststrokes and the 200 breaststrokes for the 13-14s. All right, so very exciting events, breaststrokes. And we'll see what goes on here in this event. We should be starting up soon. It's been about 5 minutes.
Taking a short break for the boys 11-12 50-yard breaststroke. 5 heats here this morning. First heat up on the block. Meet record for this event, 29.68, set in 1999. Zone cut for this event, 32.69. And lane 1, Brogan Loftus. Lane 2, Lucas Kuhn. Lane 3, Brody Green. Lane 4, Mac Allen. Lane 5, Alex Tofalsi. And 6, Mac Wright. And 7, Jack Campbell. Lane 8, Gabe Taylor.
All right, we'll see who finishes first here. You always want to set that time to beat, and that will go to Brody Green. A 35:30 is the time to beat. We'll watch how these boys do in the next 4 heats. And these last 3 heats are still circle seated, even in a 50 breaststroke. And these first 2 heats are not circle seated, so pretty even races still throughout. Anyways, with the circle seating. And Heat 2 will get up on the blocks here.
Heat 2, in lane 1, we have Gavin Stabnick from Irish Aquatics. Lane 2, Takuru Wheatley from Riverside. Lane 3, Bryce Salvadori from Southeastern. Lane 4, Tate Knoblaw from Summit City. Lane 5, Luis Sanchez Gonzalez from Decker Township Aquatic Club. Lane 6, Jackson Barnes, Crown Point. Lane 7, Carter Zirin from Mount Vernon. And lane 8, Lucas Stefan from Franklin Regional Swim Team.
So let's watch how these boys finish here And it looks like Tate is out in front. Tate Noblock is out in front very quickly. He's going to not beat the time, or, oh, sorry, he is going to beat the time to beat it with a 34:12. Very fast setup time to beat.
And it's the fastest time here this morning. Good time drop for Tate Knoball, 34.12. This is heat 3, which is the first of circle seated heats here this morning. Top 16 come back for finals. Fastest time, 34.12.
And now we'll see heat 3, the start of circle seated heats as these 11-12s get up on the blocks for heat 3.
In lane 1, Josh Lawrence from Southeastern. Lane 2, Rue Shibata from Hoosier Hills Otters. Lane 3, Sawyer Wells from Irish Aquatics. Lane 4, Joshua Salutsky from Irish Aquatics. Lane 5, Quentin Upshaw from Fishers. Lane 6, Matthew Kudros from Center Grove. Lane 7, Eric Yu from Boilermaker. And Lane 8, Evan Ray from Pendleton.
And wow, let's watch the rest of this 50. Joshua Salutsky having a really good swim so far. We'll see who touches first. And it's going to be Joshua Salutsky with a 31.87, beating the time to beat by about 2.5 seconds. And then we'll wait for the girls' pool to start their heat, and then the boys will start the second heat of circle seating for the 50 breaststroke.
Good time drop for Joshua there in heat 3. Heat 4 up on the blocks in lane 1, Landon Gilles from LaPorte. Lane 2, Nathan Hollander, Pendleton. Lane 3, Tommy Cospade from UTSC Typhoons. Lane 4, Preston Lamp, Newburgh Sea Creatures. Lane 5, Grant Weir, Jasper Aquatic Wildcats. Lane 6, Gareth Thomas, Carmel. Lane 7, Nathan Sackett from Summit City. And Lane 8, Everett Heiser from Zionsville. Fastest time this morning, set in heat 3, 31.87. We have one more heat. After this one, close race so far. Looks like lane 5, Grant Weir, fighting for that finish. And he will take heat 4, 31.98. Still not faster than heat 3, Joshua Salutsky, 31.87, still the top time here this morning. As we head into heat 5, which is the last heat of the boys 11-12 50-yard breaststroke.
And just a reminder for those watching at home, the meet and Indiana Association record are a 29.68 and a 28.34, and the zone cut is a 32.69. We'll read heat 5s.
In lane 1, Zachary Gronger. Lane 2, Harry Brunner. Lane 3, Nathan Whitaker. Lane 4, James Hench. Lane 5, Gabriel Wang. Lane 6, Marin Bahome. Lane 7, Jackson Russell. Lane 8, Aaron Trin.
And while a close race so far for the boys, we'll see who touches first here. Looking like James Hench, and he will touch first. A 30.86, very fast time for him, beating the time to beat by a whole second. And we'll see how he does in finals tonight.
James Hench, your leader, going into finals tonight, 30.86.
And now we'll be switching to the boys 13-14 200-yard breaststroke. A lot longer and a lot harder than the 50 breaststroke. And we'll watch how these boys do.
In lane 3, we have Hishan Karanuti from Valpo. Lane 4, Tristan Stivers, Southeastern. Lane 5, Ike Berry from Zionsville. This is heat 1 of 6, boys 13-14 200 breaststroke.
in a very long event. It's 450s a breaststroke, and we'll see some of the even harder ones later, such as the 2 fly in the mile. But right now, this is the hardest event that these swimmers had to swim today. And what is the strategy for 2 breaststroke?
Man, you have to stay long, that's for sure. You can't have such a high tempo. You know, that first 50, first 100. Kind of got to keep it smooth, but those pullouts are so important. Can't shorten up those pullouts off the wall. They'll add up, especially in the 200. All 3 of these boys are seated with a 231. Be a very close race. First at the 100 is Tristan Stivers in the middle of your screen, lane 4, out in a 110.00. Very close behind him, lane 3, out in a 110.1. Looks like it's going to be a very close race. Heading into this 150 wall. The 2 boys at the top of the screen. 1-2, lane 3. Split 38.99, fastest 50. Heading into this last 50, looks like he's pulling ahead a little bit. Top 16 times come back for finals tonight. There are 6 total heats here this morning. Lane 3 looking very strong. And he will win heat 1 with a 226.96. Good time drop for Hishan.
And wow, big race for the big first race. We'll have 5 more heats of breaststroke, 200 breaststroke that is, for the 13-14 boys. And the zone cut, for those wondering, is a 218, and the sectional cut is a 213.
Heat 2 of 6. Up on the block. In lane 1, we have Eli Webster from Mount Vernon. Lane 2, Blake Hurst, New Palestine. Lane 3, Lucas McGalnez from Cardinal. Lane 4, Daniel Jones from Summit City. Lane 5, Liam Hayward, Noblesville. Lane 6, David Buning from Washington Township. And lane 7, Gabriel Arguires from Center Grove. All of these boys are seated with a 230. Fastest time this morning, heat 1, 226.96. Your leader after the first 50 is Blake Hurst in lane 2, out in 32.46. Behind him was Liam Hayward, lane 5. You see the boys at the top of your screen, lane 1 and 2.
And wow, just a good race so far between Liam Hayward and Blake Hurst. Very close. And you see lane 1 at the top of your screen, Eli Webster, kind of sneaking up a tiny bit there. Let's see who touched. That was Eli Webster with a 110.34. Hurst touching just right after him, second, and a 110.86 for their 100 splits.
Eli Webster has that early speed here in heat 2. Lane 5, Liam Hayward looking next to him. I think he sees Eli Webster in lane 1. Leading at the 150 is going to be Eli Webster in lane 1. Split 38.19. Fastest 50 across the field. 150 to go. Eli Webster and Liam Hayward battling it out to win this heat.
And those boys are going to have a real battle on their hands. Liam and Eli. Let's see who can finish first and set the new time to beat. If they can set a time to beat, that is. That's Liam Hayward with a 2:26.54. So that does beat first heat's time. And he will have the new time to beat. We still have 4 more heats left and a lot faster seed times left. So we'll see how those boys do in the last few heats. But a very fast time to beat at 2:26.54.
Liam Hayward, great last 50, 37.03. This is heat 3 of 6. Last of the non-circle seeded heats here this morning. And we have heat 3 up on the block. All these boys are seeded with a 2:28 or 2:29. Heat 3 in the water. Lane 1, Brogan Wilson from East Central. Lane 2, Isaac Lewis, Center Grove. Lane 3, E.B. Warren, Riviera. Lane 4, Clay Zittle from Zionsville. Lane 5, Ethan Zhang, Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 6, Jackson Pyle, Summit City. Lane 7, Eli Roboleth from Capital Aquatics. And Lane 8, Colin Gallagher, Lake Central Barracudas.
And wow, E.B. Warren out with a fast seat, with a fast 50 split, 31.51. Close race between him and that guy on top, Isaac Lewis. It's going to be a fun race to watch, but Isaac Lewis is really pulling out there. He's from Center Grove, a 14-year-old.
Isaac Lewis is seeded with a 2:29. He is on track to break that right now. He will be touching first at the 100, halfway point, 106.7. Definitely the fastest second 50 of the field. Isaac Lewis split 35.04. Looking strong out there in lane 2 at the top of your screen.
And now Isaac Lewis is really going at it. He has about 50 left once he touches at this wall. And he'll touch with a 1:42.39. Very fast time and very consistent so far. I haven't seen him go 36s yet. He's been going 35s, either low or high, but keeping consistent.
Wow, Isaac Lewis out there going to win this heat. Over a body length ahead. Very strong swim for Isaac Lewis. Big time drop. Seed with a 2:29 and he touches at 2:18.12.
And destroys the time to beat set by that last heat. Now it's a 2:18.12. Last time to beat was a 2:26.54. That's 8 whole seconds off of that time. And we'll see, we'll watch these boys in the next 3 circle seated heats, see what they can do here. Our heat will be starting soon. We have to wait for the girls' pool again.
Isaac Lewis, that winner of Heat 3. Congrats to him. Zone cut 2:18.79, so he punched his ticket to zones. Heat 4 up on the block. First of circle seated heats. In lane 1, we have Rocco Taj from Boilermaker. Lane 2, Nolan Pugh from Southeastern. Lane 3, AJ Adams from Fishers. Lane 4, Logan Paswinski from Summit City. Lane 5, Corey Hahn, Carmel. Lane 6, Alexander Race from Franklin Regional. Lane 7, Camden Sever from Hoosier Hills Otters. And lane 8, Ryan Coutran from Riverside Aquatics. Fastest seed time is in lane 4, Logan Paswinski, seeded with a 2:15.53. He is your leader at the first 50 out 30.42. Close behind him, Corey Hahn from Carmel, lane 5, 31.0.
And Powinski and all these other boys that do have a zone cut will be going for their sectional cut, which is a 2:13.79. We'll see what Powinski can do here. Out in a 30 and very fast so far. Let's see what he touches at. And that's a 1:04.82. Very fast split. On track to get that sectional cut. And a very close race, though, as we saw Corey Hahn make his move off of that wall. And now it's a race between Corey Hahn and Logan Powinski. We'll see what they can do here. Corey having a really good breaststroke, and he's getting a huge lead on Powinski, almost a whole body length ahead, touching at a 1:39.980. And we'll see what happens on this last 50.
Very long, very strong third 50 for Corey Hahn, 35.08. Fastest third 50 across the field by about a second. Looks like he's going to take heat 4. About a body length ahead of Logan, lane 4. Fastest time was heat 3, set this morning 2:18.12. Corey Hahn will go faster than that, touching first for heat 4, 2:15.12. Logan Paswinski, second in heat 4, 2:17.88. Two heats left in the boys 13-14 200-yard breaststroke. This is heat 5 of 6.
And that new time to beat at 2:15.25. The two boys ahead of him are faster, 2:14 and then 2:11. We'll see what happens here.
Heat 5 in the water. Lane 1, Will Chambly from Westfield Aquatics. Lane 2, Luke Feller from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Misha Mashavarni from Club Olympia. Lane 4, Ethan Zhang, Carmel. Lane 5, Grant Hibisky from Summit City. Lane 6, Lane Mauger from Noblesville. Lane 7, Will Delio from Concord. And lane 8, Zach Welch from Carmel. Fastest seed time this morning in this heat, Lane 4, Ethan Zhang, 2:14.88.
And wow, Misha Makovani out very fast, under 30, the only swimmer under 30 so far on his first split. But let's see what happens here as Misha has a very good pull out that gets him about halfway. And wow, look at lane 3, the top of your screen. That is Misha Makovani. Sorry, I was looking at the bottom. Grant Hibisky from Summit City. He touches first with a 1:03.92. We'll see if he can make his move here. Third 50.
The halfway point. Grant looking very strong. You can see Misha Mashavarni in lane 3 fighting for second. Strong third 50 by these boys. Leading at the 150 is Grant Hibisky from lane 5, 35.21. Fastest third 50 split across the field. He's looking very strong out there. Although I think lane 3, Misha sees him, trying to run him down to win heat 5.
And wow, it's going to come down to this last 25 as we see those boys flip roughly at the same time. And so far, from what I can see, it looks like the Summit City swimmer, Grant Hibisky, is going to touch first. And he is with a 2:15.12. That is an ad from this morning. Or no, a drop from this morning. Drop by 2 seconds.
Grant Hibisky and Corey Hahn from the previous heat. Both tied with the fastest time, 2:15.12. This is the last heat. Boys 13-14, 200-yard breaststroke. Heat 6. Fastest time, tied for first, 2:15.12. In lane 1, we have Ian Wargo, UTSC Typhoons. Lane 2, Ivan Blysteth from Concord. Lane 3, Jack Kaiser from Carmel. Lane 4, Jaehoon Jung from Southeastern. Lane 5, Shannon Wright II, Carmel. Lane 6, George Patterson, Valpo. Lane 7, Kotaro Nagai from Carmel. And lane 8, Josh Brown from Irish.
And wow, Jung touching first here, 29.99, barely under 30. But right, and the guy above him, Jack Kaiser, those Carmel teammates are really giving Jaehoon Jung a run for his money on this race. And Jung is about 5 seconds faster seed time wise than Shannon Wright. But Shannon Wright II is really making a good race here. About to touch at the close to the same time. Let's see. And that goes to Jung, 104.48. Shannon Wright just behind him, 104.76.
Fastest time this morning, 2:15.12. Lanes 4 and 5. Turning together at 125 wall, heading into the 150.
And it was a close race.
At the 150, Shannon Wright II. That split, 35-33. Fastest split across the field. Very, very close behind him. Lane 4, Jaehoon Jung. Turning together, heading in, last 25 here. Looks like we'll see these boys racing again tonight.
And it's going to all come down to who touches first. And it's going to be, from what looks like, Jung just barely 2:15.03. And for Shannon Wright II at 2:15.44. So Jung's the first seed. Returning Wright gets about third seed so far.
Wow, top 4, very close. All 2:15s. So last heat of the boys 13-14 200-yard breaststroke. Your top qualifier tonight will be Jaehoon Jung, 2:15.03.
And we will be going into the 100-yard freestyles for the 11-12s and 13-14s. I think we're going to be going right into it from what I can see down there. The starters are still there. So we should be going right into it.
All right, starting the boys 11-12 100-yard freestyle. There are 7 heats this morning. In Heat 1, we have Eli Francis from Fishers Area Swimming Tigers. Lane 4, Griffin Kroll from Greenwood Gators. Lane 5, Ty Lauritsen from Terre Haute Torpedoes. Meet record in this event, 49.14 set in 2009. Zone cut, 55.79.
And all these boys have to be under a minute to even have this stake cut, to even be at this meet. So that they already broke that barrier. So for this barrier, they're trying to get that zone cut of a 55.79. And we'll see. It will come down to the finish. A very close race so far, but looks like Eli Francis at the top of your screen is going to get that time to beat 59.07. All of those boys added just a little bit, except for Francis and Lotzerin, who were brought in as long course times.
Heat 2 up on the block. Seven total heats here in the 1200 yard freestyle this morning. Starting with heat 5 will be the circle seated heats. Heat 2. In lane 7, we have Isaac Bouchong from Fort Wayne. Lane 2, Eli Wright, Fort Wayne. Lane 3, Oliver Stewart, Power Aquatics. Lane 4, Jack Campbell, Washington Township. Lane 5, Takaru Wheatley from Riverside. Lane 6, Cam Lastly from Capital Aquatics. Lane 7, Kellen Riddle from Zionsville Swim Club. And Lane 8, Elliot Clevenger from Westfield Aquatics. Heat 2, turning first at the 50, is Lane 8, Elliot Clevenger, has that early speed out in 27.43. Fastest time in Heat 1, 59.07.
Looks like these boys can beat it. You look at the Cam Lastly near the bottom of your screen. He's from Capital Aquatics. He's having a really good race. That is actually Takuro. Ooh, Elliot Clevenger comes out of nowhere. A 57.36 for him. He was at the bottom of your screen. If you didn't see him, which you probably didn't, because there are a lot of coaches and swimmers down watching them.
Touching second was Takaru Wheatley, lane 5, 57.46. Good time drop for those boys.
And top 3 all going 57s. So top 3 will all be the fastest heat.
Heat 3 up on the block. In lane 1, we have Marin Bonhomme from Riviera. Lane 2, Christopher Dibley from Northridge. Lane 3, Andrew Schreier from Brownsburg. Lane 4, Austin Pritz, Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 5, Brent Fusler from Tri-County. Lane 6, Shane Kelly, Brownsburg. Lane 7, Zachary Grunger from Center Grove Aquatic Club. And lane 8, Alex Chang from Carmel Swim Club.
And wow, amazing race so far. And we'll see those boys getting out there. And the top boy was Alex Chang, lane 8. Lane 8's a hot lane right now. So I would make sure you're watching lane 8. Because Alex Chang and Elliot Clevenger just won from that lane. Let's see who finishes fastest here, though.
Looks like Alex Chang. No, Shane Kelly, lane 6, 57.97.
So the fastest time so far this morning is still Elliot Clevenger from Westfield, 57.36. And we still have about 4 more heats of racing, 1 more heat of non-circle seated heats. And we'll see what these boys can do in these last 4 heats here.
Fastest time was from Heat 2, 57.36 by Elliot Clevenger. Heat 4 up on the blocks. In lane 1, we have Jack Street from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 2, We have Carter Zirin from Mount Vernon. Lane 3, Max Barnes, Irish Aquatics. Lane 4, Jackson Russell from Plainfield. Lane 5, Kai Paredes from Riviera. Lane 6, Nick Lubin from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 7, Tommy Cospade from UTSC Typhoons. And in lane 8, Isaiah Vose from Noblesville Swim Club.
And wow, just look at these boys. They're racing very aggressively so far. We'll see who gets that fastest 50 split. And it's going to go to Tommy Cospade down near the bottom of your screen in lane 7, 27.71. We'll see if he has enough finishing speed to get that fast time. But so far, we've seen lane 5 make his move. That is Kai Paredes from Riviera. We'll see who finishes first. And it looks like it's going to be Kai Paredes from Riviera with a 56.56. Beats the time to beat from 2 heats ago by almost a whole second.
Second in that heat, Tommy Cospade, 57.29. This is heat 5. First of the circle-seated heats here this morning. Fastest time was set in that previous heat, heat 4, 56.56. In lane 1, we have Lucas Henneweck from Irish Aquatics. Lane 2, Moses Weaver from Greenwood Gators. Lane 3, Austin Carlisle from Fishers. Lane 4, James Hench, Fort Wayne. Lane 5, Peter Kovacs, Indiana Swim Club. Lane 6, Harry Brunner, Concord. Lane 7, Charlie Christensen, Irish Aquatics. Lane 8, Reed Butler, Tri-County Swim Club. First at that 50, James Hench, lane 4 out in 26.28. Close behind him, lane 5, Peter Kovacs, 26.66. Last 50, looks like it's going to be a very tight race as we come into this last 5 meters. And winning heat 5 is going to go to James Hench, 54.75. Slight ad from his seat time here this morning.
All right, and we'll see heat 4 starting to get up on the block, or heat 6. Kind of lost track. Heat 6 of the event get up on the block here. And fastest time in this heat was a 53.57, and that's lane 4, Cameron Mazda. And in lane 1, that's Hudson Reinrich from Carmel Swim Club. In lane 2, Donald Zhao from Carmel Swim Club. In lane 3, Solar Wells from Irish Aquatics. In lane 4, Cameron Mazda from Center Grove Aquatics. In lane 5, that's Grant Weir from Jasper. In lane 6, Nathan Hollander from Pendleton. In lane 7, Gabriel Ring from Carmel. In lane 8, Cooper McQuiston from Oak Hill.
Leading at the 50, lane 4, Cameron Mazda, 25.77. We head into this last 25. Looks like he has a slight lead over Nathan Hollander. Over Grant Weir in lane 5. Looks like it will be Cameron Mazda winning heat 6 with a 53.80. Slight ad from his seat time, but I think we'll be seeing him again tonight at finals. He posts the fastest time here this morning thus far, 53.80 with 1 heat to go.
And we'll want to watch Eddie Zhu here, 53.52. But a lot of these boys have been adding. I don't know if it's because of the time change and they're very tired because we had a late session.
Very true. Very true. Yeah, I forgot about that time change. You get an hour less sleep, but it is also day 3 of a meet.
And yeah, that could be the other thing. The day 3 finally taking toll on them. We'll have heat 7 on the blocks here.
And last heat of the boys 11-1200 yard freestyle. In lane 1, we have Nathan Whitaker from Newburgh Sea Creatures. Lane 2, Austin Bruford, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Joshua Pendleton from Club Olympia. Lane 4, Eddie Zhu from Carmel. Lane 5, Kellen Whitehouse, Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Michael Zhu, Avon Community Swim Team. Lane 7, Eric Yu from Boilermaker Aquatics. And Lane 8, Ethan Zhao, Indiana Swim Club. This is the last heat. Turning first at the 50s, Eddie Zhu on 25.98. Second behind him, lane 5, Kellen Whitehouse, turning at 26.42.
And just a reminder, that meet record is a 49.41. Indiana Association of 48.90. We'll see none of these, if any of these boys can get close. And Eddie Zhu will take it at 53.9. Not the fastest time we've seen this morning. That belongs to Cameron Mazda from earlier, 53.8. Going to be an exciting race and finals tonight between those two boys.
Next event, boys 13-14, 100-yard freestyle. This is heat 1 of 6.
And you'll want to watch this event very closely because we have the 400-yard freestyle relay today for these 13-14 boys. And most of these boys swimming right now will be on that relay tonight or this morning.
At lane 3, we have Dean Papakronis from Southeastern. Lane 4, Marcus Smith, Tippecanoe. Lane 5, Alexander Smith, Duneland Swim Club. And in lane 6, Jackson Morris, Fort Wayne Swim Team. Meet record in this event, 46.66. Indiana Association record, 45.55 by Drew Kibler. And the zone cut for this event, 51.59. Leading first at the 50, Marcus Smith, 23.97. Very early speed. He's looking great out there. Going to take control of heat 1.
And wow, it's going to be a close finish for lane 4, Marcus Smith, 50.02. Almost, barely missing that 50 break mark. A very fast time to get us started today. To get us started in this event. And wow, just an amazing time. Amazing finish for him. And we'll have heat 2 get up on the blocks.
Great time drop for Marcus Smith in heat 1. This is heat 2 of 6, boys 13-14, 100-yard freestyle.
And congratulations on your zone cut, Marcus Smith. Beat it by a second.
In lane 1, we have Emmanuel Jackson from Greenwood Gators. Lane 2, Jack Kaiser, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Ethan Pryris from Brownsburg Swim Club. Lane 4, Charlie Rainey, unattached. Lane 5, Colin Gallagher, Lake Central Barracudas. Lane 6, Lucas Royster, Duneland Swim Club. Lane 7, Charlie Brewer, Howard County Aquatics. Lane 8, Kedar Nalmuth from Yorktown Swim Club.
And wow, already such a fast heat. You'll want to watch that boy from Howard County. Or, no, that is the boy from Dunlin, Lucas Royster. And he's going to touch first. That's a 50.13. Not faster than the last heat, but still a very fast time for him. Another zone cut we see achieved here. And actually, he was the... No, one more boy. Charlie Rennie also got that zone cut. So congratulations, boys.
Great time drops for those boys in heat 2. Heat 3. This is the last of the non-circle seated heats here this morning. All of these boys are seated with 52, so it should be a great race. In lane 1, we have Garrett Garbart from Lawrence County Aquatics. Lane 2, Evan Moody, Duneland Swim Club. Lane 3, Carter Schultz, Irish Aquatics. Lane 4, Will Ladine, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Kale McCann, Indiana Stars. Lane 6, Anwargo, UTSC Typhoons. Lane 7, Ethan Johnson, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 8, Owen Mercer, Greater Evansville. This is a close heat. Looks like lane 5 will flip first. Kale McCann at 24.06. Close behind him, Will Ladine, lane 4, 24.60.
And wow, what a fast split for him, a 24-0. And we'll see how these boys do, as it's going to be a race to the finish between Kale McCann and Will Ladine. Kale has that lead so far, and Kale will touch. Oh no, Will out-touched him 51.60 is his time. Cal's is a 51.70. So very close race. And congratulations to those. Oh no, they both missed his own cut by just tenths of a second.
Fastest time here this morning was from Heat 1, 50.02. This is Heat 4, first of the circle-seated heats. In Lane 1, Diesel Mullen, Mooresville Area Swim Team. Lane 2, Leo Nye, Irish Aquatics. Lane 3, William Lathrop, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, Ethan Zhang, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Brian Kwan from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 6, Kyle Goodwin, East Central. Lane 7, Jackson Cook, Evansville. And in Lane 8, Camden Sever, Hoosier Hills Otters.
And wow, these boys out so fast so far. You see Ethan Zhang have a good lead. And it's going to be a race between Ethan Zhang and everyone in the pack especially, but lane 3, Will Lathrop going super fast. Ethan Zhang's going to finish first here. And that was a 50-12. Still our fastest time so far is that kid from Heat 1. Marcus Smith from Tippecanoe Valley, 50-02. And now we're into these last two heats. Heat 5 on the block. Let's see who's in it.
In Lane 1, we have Colin Waldron from Summit City Aquatics. Lane 2, Landon Schmel from Valpo. Lane 3, Henry Linus, Center Grove Aquatic Club. Lane 4, David Kovacs, Indiana Swim Club. Lane 5, Derek Robinson from Southeastern. Lane 6, Grant Hibisky from Summit City. Lane 7, Victor Herbert, Fishers. And in Lane 8, Alexander Reese from Franklin Regional.
And Kovacs out fat, or Ethan. No, sorry, that is Kovacs. Our scoreboard is wrong here. Kovacs out fast with a 23-10. And let's see what Kovacs can do here. As Kovacs looks like he's going to touch first. The huge lead. Kovacs, a 48-21, the time to beat here. He already had the sectional cut added for him.
The scoreboard is incorrect. It is not updated to Heat 5 names. So the winner of Heat 5, David Kovacs, 48-21. Second place was Landon Schmiel, 49-68. This is Heat 6. Our scoreboard is updated. In Lane 1, Jack Hildreth, Capital Aquatics. Lane 2, Hamilton Gates, Summit City. Lane 3, Lane Monger, Noblesville Swim Club. Lane 4, Lewis Zhang, Carmel. Lane 5, Matthew Weeks, Irish Aquatics. Lane 6, Shannon Wright II, Carmel. Lane 7, Max Height, Center Grove. Lane 8, Rylan Hurley from Otters Swim Team.
And Lewis doesn't have the mile today. He had 1,000 yesterday, and he held back a little bit in prelims last time. But Lewis is ready to go all out today, and let's see what he can do here, as he is already a full body length ahead, and he's going very fast, 48-52. Kovacs is still going to be top seed for tonight's finals, but it's going to be a very competitive event against Lewis, Zhang, and David Kovacs tonight.
Second place in Heat 6, Hamilton Gates, 50.2. Your top seed tonight, David Kovacs from Heat 5, 48.21. Our next event, boys 11-12, 50-yard freestyle. 50-yard butterfly. These heats will go by very quickly. There's 6 total. Meet record in this event, 25.18. Zone cut, 28.19.
And after this, we'll have the 200 fly for the big kids, the 13-14s. A very scary event, but a very fun one. And we'll have the 5-minute courtesy break for the boys here. After that, we will have the 50 flies and the 200 flies for the 13-14s and 11-12s, respectively. About 5-minute courtesy break while we wait for the boys to start. We'll have 6 heats of prelims for the 11-12 50-yard flies, and we will have 4 heats of prelims for the 13-14 flies. And after that, we'll have the 200 and 400-yard freestyle relays, and we'll finish with 3 heats of the mile.
Top 16 in the boys 13-14 100-yard backstroke. 16th, Anthony Korchak. 15th, Bo Brunner. 14th, Lee Balcom. 13th, Max Height. 12th, Noah Geppert. Tied for 10th, Landon Schmiel and Cale McCann. And in 9th, Everett Looney. Top 8 in your A final tonight for the 100-yard backstroke, boys 13-14. In 8th place, Hamilton Gates. 7th, Leo Nee. 6th place, Matthew Weeks. 5th place, Colin Waldron. 4th place, William Lathrop. 3rd place, Henry Linus. 2nd, Marcus Smith. And your top seed tonight for the boys 13-14 100-yard backstroke, David Kovacs. Top 16 for the boys 11-12 50-yard breaststroke. 16th, Carter Zirin. 15th, Marin Bahome. 14th, Matthew Kudros. 13th, Harry Brunner. 12th, Tate Knobalt. 11th, Gareth Thomas. 10th, Nathan Whitaker. And 9th place, Sawyer Wells. Your top 8 finishers in the boys 11-12 50-yard breaststroke. 8th place, Nathan Hollander. 7th, Tommy Cospade. 6th, Quentin Upshaw. 5th, Preston Lamp. 4th, Grant Weir. 3rd, Gabriel Wang. 2nd, Joshua Salutsky. And in 1st place, heading into finals tonight for the boys 11-12 50-yard breaststroke, James Hinch. Top 16 for the boys 13-14 200 breaststroke. And 16th, E.B. Warren. 15th, Ivan Blystiff. 14th, A.J. Adams. 13th, Lane Monger. 12th, Will Dilio. 11th, Jack Kaiser. 10th, George Patterson. And in 9th, Alexander Reese. Your top 8 finishers, boys 13-14 200 breaststroke. In 8th place, Ethan Zhang. 7th place, Isaac Lewis. 6th place, Logan Poswinski. 5th place, Nisha Mashavarni. 4th place, Shannon Wright II. Third place, Corey Hahn. Second place, Grant Hibisky. And in first place for the boys 13-14 200 breaststroke heading into finals tonight, Jaehoon Jung. Boys 11-12 100-yard freestyle, top 16 are as follows. 16th place, Easton Zhao. 15th, Moses Weaver. 14th, Michael Zhu. 13th, Charlie Christensen. 12th, Austin Bruford. 11th, Kai Paradis. 10th, Joshua Pendleton. And in 9th place, Austin Carlisle. Top 8 finishers in the A final for the boys 11-12 100-yard freestyle. 8th, Sawyer Wells. 7th, Kellen Whitehouse. 6th, Peter Kovacs. 5th, Harry Brunner. 4th, Grant Weir. 3rd, James Hench. 2nd, Eddie Zhu. And in first place for the boys 11-12 100-yard freestyle tonight for finals, Cameron Mazai.
Okay, so we will have a 5-minute break during 5-minute break. We will go straight through the 50-yard fly and the 200-yard butterfly. After that, we will have a nice little 15-minute break, courtesy for the milers, as we get started here. It looks like it is going to be a start for the 50-yard freestyle, 50-yard butterfly, in our pool. And lane 1, that is Reed Butler. And lane 2, Reed Butler. Lane 3, Hank Calhoun. Lane 4, Patrick Collins. Lane 5, Bryce Lowe. Lane 6, Gabe Taylor. And lane 7, Braden Wright. And let's see how they do here. They might have, all of them will set one of them will set the time to beat. And it looks like it is gonna be lane 2, Butler Reed with a 29:61, the new time to beat. And we will have heat 2 go ahead here. And that is going to have Josh Lawrence from Southeastern in lane 1. In lane 2, Lucas Henwick from Irish Aquatics. In lane 3, Vincent Bez from Jasper. And lane 4, Kari Slater from Riviera. In lane 4, Matt Allen from Riviera. In lane 5, Kari Slater from Zionsville. In lane 6, Dylan Paccio from Lake Central. In lane 7, Seth Russell from Franklin. And lane 8, Colby Sweller from Flashes Aquatics. And we are about to send heat 2 number off here. Time to beat is a 29:61. Set back a heat to go by Reed Butler. Let's see what happens here as the boys are off for heat 2 to start. And we will have heat. And they are making the boys get out in between heats. They are not doing 5-hour starts here. Close race. Looks like Kari Slater has the early lead and he's going to touch with a 29:31, beating Reed Butler's last time there by 0.3 or 0.3 of a second. And let's see what the boys do here in heat number 3. New time to beat is a 29:31, set by Kari Slater. In the last heat 2. And let's see what these boys do here. It's heat 3 and lane 1. That is going to be Ben Fusler at the top of your screen. And lane 2, Aaron Trin from Carmel Swim Club. Ben Fusler from Tri-County. And lane 3, That's Nathan Hollander from Pendleton Swim Club, 12-year-old. And lane 4, Everett Heiser. That is the 11-year-old from Zionsville Swim Club. And lane 5, that is Nathan Sackett, the 12-year-old from Summit City Aquatics. And lane 6, that is Jack Campbell from Washington Township. And lane 7, Ruth Sabathia, that's the 12-year-old from Hoosier Hills. And then lane 8 at the bottom of your screen, Austin Pritz. So far, a close race between these boys. Let's see what they can do here. And it looks like it is going to be lane 3, Nathan Hollander from Pendleton, really having a lead here. And the win, 27.85 for Nathan Pendleton. That is the new time to beat set by him. We'll see what happens here in Heat 4 for the boys. Speaking of Heat 4, on the blocks right now, at the top of your screen, Nathan Whitaker. And lane 2, Nathan Whitaker, 12-year-old from Newburgh. In lane 2, that is Isaiah Vose, 12-year-old from Nosel Swim Club. And lane 3, Moses Weaver, 12-year-old from Greenwood. And lane 4, Joshua Sawitsky, 12-year-old from Irish. And lane 5, Peter Kovacs, 12-year-old from Indiana. And in lane 6, that is Christopher Dibley, 12-year-old from Northridge. And lane 7, Jackson Russell, 11-year-old from Plainfield. In lane 8, Gabriel Rank, 12-year-old from Carmel. And the winner is Joshua Sawitsky with a time of 27.34. That is a new time to beat for this event. As we see 2 more circle-seated heats coming in here. Top 8 get a medal. Top 16 make finals. And Heat 5 will have Hudson Weinrich from Carmel. In lane 2, Kai Paredes from Riviera. In lane 3, Quentin Upshaw from Fishers. In lane 4, Eddie Zhu, 12-year-old from Carmel. In lane 5, Keelan Whitehouse, 12-year-old from Irish. In lane 6, Lamb Preston, 12-year-old from Newburgh. In lane 7, Nicholas Lubin, 12-year-old from Boilermaker. In lane 8, Tommy Cospade, 12-year-old from UTSC. And the time to beat is a 27.13. That goes to lane 4, Eddie Zhu, the 12-year-old from Carmel. And now, next up is the Heat 6 of prelims, the last circle-seated heat. In lane 1, that's Garrett Thomas. In lane 2, Alex Chang, both from Carmel. In lane 3, Charlie Christensen from Irish Aquatics. In lane 4, Cameron Mazda from Center Grove Aquatics. In lane 5, Grant Weir from Jasper Aquatics. In lane 6, Joshua Pendleton from Club Olympia. And in lane 7, Cam Lastly from Capital. In lane 8, Isaac Bouchon from Fort Wayne. Very close race so far. Cameron Mazda out to an early lead. And Cameron Mazda looks like he's going to win that heat with a 26.96. And that gives him top seed. And the other boy, 25.96 for Mazda. And a 26.86 for Grant Weir. That record was a 25.18 set by Carter Lancaster in 2019. Very close to it. Has a chance to beat it in finals. Now we will be starting the 2 fly for the 13-14s. And 4 heats here. In lane 1, that's Gavin Crail from LaPorte. In lane 4, that's Hayden Weber from Lake Central. And in lane 5, Alejandro Stoner from Avon Community. So what's the strategy for 200 fly?
It's a lot longer than a 50, that's for sure. Making sure you're not... Fly is a very different stroke than any of the other strokes because you can really tell when you can't get your arms out of the water anymore that last 50. You know, so you gotta really strategize that first 50, first 75. Got to keep it long. You got to breathe. There are some people that don't breathe enough that first half, and it really comes back to bite them in the end. So got to practice that breath control. Got to keep it nice, long, and smooth. These boys are looking really great here. Hayden Weber out first at the 100, 00.4. Although Alejandro Stoner fastest 50 split on that second 50, 32.76. Looks like it's a great race. You can tell when at the end of a 200, it's very hard to stay long. So that stroke can get shorter, your arms can get tired. So it's really important to practice that pace. You know you're going to get tired, so it's how well you handle that pain.
And wow, so far, very good race between Hayden Weber and Alejandro Stoner. There's two boys at the bottom of your screen, or more towards the bottom of your screen. And wow, just a great race. Let's see what they can go here. All these guys are entered with long course times, which means they didn't qualify for the cut in short course. But they still have a chance to do well here at age group state.
We're heading into this last 5 yards here. Alejandro Stoner looks like he has a slight lead. And he will win Heat 1 with a 2:10.99.
Very fast time for him here. And that would have put him in what looks like lane 6 in the next heat. And lucky for him, he had a long course time, so he got to race Hayden Weber, and that really pushed him to go at 2:10.99.
All right, Heat 2 up on the blocks. In lane 1, we have Kotaro Nagai from Carmel. Lane 2, Drew Youngie from Avon Community. Lane 3, Victor Herbert from Fishers. Lane 4, Brian Kwan from Carmel. Lane 5, George Callis from Fishers. Lane 6, Camden Stutzman from Concord. Lane 7, Daniel Jones from Summit City. And Lane 8, Aiden Clark from Carmel Swim Club. This is the first heat of circle-seated heats. Lane 4, Brian is seated with a 2:02.3. George Callis is your leader after the first 50, 26.99.
Good race between the two so far, Quinn and Callis. And just watch that. They both have perfect breathing patterns, perfect strokes. And they also, even though they still have 100 left, this can be a very competitive race between the two.
Fastest seed time, 2:02.3. Meet record in this event, 1:51.5. Zone cut in this event, 2:04.2. At the 125, very close race between Brian Kwan in lane 4 and George Callis in lane 5. We approach the 150 wall. Looks like Callis has a slight lead over Kwan in 4.
And it looks like it's really going to come down to who has the better underwaters off of that last wall. Because they have equally perfect strokes. But so far, it looks like Callis has the better underwaters. He's getting out a little bit more in the front.
He had a great third 50. The only 31 across the field.
And let's see, Callis has that early lead just from that push off in those dolphin kicks. And it looks like Callis is going to be our new time to beat. And that is a 2:01.83. Very fast. Congratulations on your zone cut, George Callis. And setting the new time to beat very fast.
Good time drop for George Callis there. 2:05.2 to 2:01.8. Second in that heat, Brian Kwan, 2:02.9. Great time for him as well. This is heat 3 of 4 of the boys 13-14 200 butterfly.
So we already have two boys under 2 minutes here. And you know those other boys are going to be trying to break that 2-minute barrier. We almost saw it with George Callis there. But we'll see it a lot more as those boys are actually under the minute. Boys trying to keep up with them as their strategy in this 2-fly race.
In heat 3, lane 1, we have Coy Raymer from Pacesetter Aquatics. Lane 2, Jackson Morris from Fort Wayne. Lane 3, Zach Welch, Carmel Swim Club. Lane 4, Luke Pugh from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 5, Everett Loney, Summit City. Lane 6, Anthony Korchenk, Boilermaker Aquatic. Lane 7, Benjamin Lopez, Summit City. And in lane 8, Seth Lawrence from Irish Aquatics. First at the 50, Luke Pugh out 26.19. He's looking very strong. Out at the 75 wall, breathing great underwaters. He's past 8 meters on each wall. He has a very, very long stroke. Heading into this 100, he looks very good. At the 100, he'll touch at 56.27. Nearly 4.5, 5 seconds ahead of the rest of the field, that first 100. 2:01.8 was established in the heat before. Fastest time this morning. He touches 31.27 on that third 50. He's about a half the length ahead of the rest of the field as we head into this 175. He has 125 left. Sets him up well for finals tonight. Best time he's seated with is 159.5. And he will be just off that 159.66. Great time for Luke Pugh from Carmel Swim Club. And second, Everett Loney, 2:08.4. Fastest time this morning, Luke Pugh, 159.6. We have one heat left. It's heat 4 of 4, boys 13-14, 200 butterfly. In lane 1, we have Ike Berry, Zionsville. Lane 2, Will Chambly, Westfield. Lane 3, Lee Balcom, Fishers. Lane 4, Lewis Zhang, Carmel. Lane 5, Logan Pasquinski from Summit City. Lane 6, Carter Hadley, Carmel. Lane 7, Derek Robinson from Southeastern. And in lane 8, Brody Chop from Fishers. Leading first at the 50, Logan Pasquinski, 26.43. Lewis Zhang has the fastest seed time in this heat, 158.6. We just saw Zhang in the 100 free. There are many swimmers here that swim more than one event per session. Given the 5-minute break that we work into these prelim sessions, gives them time to recover before their next event. Leading at the 100, now Lewis Zhang, 56.5. He split 30.0 on that second 50. Fastest in the field by about over half second. Logan in lane 5, close behind him, fighting for that first place finish. 159.66, fastest time this far. As this is the last heat of prelims for the 200 butterfly. Zhang leading at the 150, 128.2. 31.7 on that 50. Close behind him, Logan. Less than a second behind him. You can also see Lee Balcom in lane 3. Really trying to fight up there. This heat will go to Zhang in lane 4. The 2:00.76. Right behind him was Logan, 2:01.9. And in third, Lee Balcom in lane 3, 2:02.5. Fastest time heading into finals will be Luke Pugh from heat 3, 1:59.66. Our next event, boys 11-12, 200-yard freestyle relay. There are 4 heats, but heat 4 will be swimming with finals tonight. So there are 3 heats this morning, 1 heat timing with finals tonight. Results for the boys 13-14 100-yard freestyle coming back for finals tonight. We have a tie for 15th place, Lane Monger and Derek Robison. In 14th, Kyle Goodwin. 13th, Henry Linus. 12th, Brian Kwan. 11th, Shannon Wright II. And 10th, Rylan Harley. And in 9th, Matthew Weeks. Top 8 for the boys 13-14 100-yard freestyle. For A final tonight, in 8th place, we have William Lanthrop. 7th, Hamilton Gates. 6th, Lucas Royster. 5th, Ethan Zhang. 4th, Marcus Smith. 3rd, Landon Schmiel. 2nd, Lewis Zhang. And 1st place, going into finals tonight, for the boys 13-14 100-yard freestyle, David Kovacs.
And we will have a 5-minute break here after these 2 flies to get ready for the 200 freestyle relay. And after this, we will most likely have a swim off because those 2 boys tied for 15th place. And we will have 3 relays heats this morning for the 11-12s. And the 4th swimming tonight, that will be Boilermaker Carmel Swim Club B, Fort Wayne A, Irish Aquatics A, Carmel A, Fishers Area A, Center Grove A, and Zionsville A. That will be for the 11-12 boys. For the 13-14 boys, we will have 3 more heats of prelim relays. And swimming tonight in the final, or with finals, will be Dunlin A, Southeastern A, Carmel B, Carmel A, Summit City A, Irish A, Fishers A, and Carmel Swim Club C. And after that, we will have 3 heats of the mile for the boys, which will be timed finals here. And looks like we are starting here back up again with the 11-12s 200 yard freestyle relays. That means each swimmer swims a 50 as fast as they can. 4 swimmers per relay. And in lane 3, we'll have Irish Aquatics C. In lane 4, Fishers Area B. And in lane 5, Zionsville Swim Club B.
Tyler Smith leading off for Fishers in lane 4. Bo Sam, Zionsville. Lane 5, Zionsville Swim Club. First at the 50, 28:59. Looks like Fishers had a great start. It's going to be a good 50, putting them in first after the 100.
And a close race between those two teams here. Fishers Area A and Fishers Area B and Zionsville B. Let's see who touches. And that was Fishers with a 57.08 split for them.
Fishers still in slight lead as we go to the third leg. It's Jasper Young swimming for Fishers. Kalayan Dutchkin for Zionsville and Ethan Cummins for Irish Aquatics in lane 3.
Wow, just such a close race between those two teams. It's going to come down to the anchor leg for both relays as Fishers gets his hand on the wall first, but they dove in about roughly the same time, so it's going to be a close race.
Lane 4, Fishers, Gavin Gannon is the anchor. Zionsville, lane 5, Rowan Zabel anchoring for that relay. And Irish Aquatics, Gavin Stabik anchoring in lane 3.
It looks like Gannon has enough of that speed to close out here. And Fishers sets the time to beat at a 1:57.11. Now, I do have a heated finals still, but we'll have 3 heats, so 3 chances to set the time to beat. And one of those chances are already gone with a 1:57.11. We'll have 2 more heats.
In heat 2, lane 1, we have Flashes Aquatics A. Lane 2, Newburgh Sea Creatures A. Lane 3, Fort Wayne B. Lane 4, Franklin Regional A. Lane 5, Crown Point A. Lane 6, Capital A. And lane 7, Southeastern A.
And out to fast speeds for all of the boys. But watch lane 2 at the top of your screen. That's Preston Lamp from Newburgh Sea Creatures. Having very fast. Going out super fast so far. Now these times for these leadoff swimmers do count as their 50 freestyle time if it is faster than it.
Preston Lamp in lane 2, Newburgh Sea Creatures leads this heat, 26.15. They have a great lead now going into the second leg, which is Wyatt Hurst from Newburgh Sea Creatures lane 2. About a body length ahead.
And very fast for Newburgh Sea Creatures. Let's see what they can do here at the flip. That's Newburgh 53.64. Out way faster than our last relay, Fishers Area Swimming Tigers. Now this is Newburgh's A relay. And that was Fishers Swimming's B. Let's see what they can do here.
Looks like Franklin Regional lane 4 catching up. That's Eli Demery. Going third in that relay, Newburgh Sea Creatures lane 2.
And wow, it's going to be a final push on this last 50. Let's see what anchor they can do at best.
Wow, 27.8, lane 6. Capital Aquatics, Emerson Kaiser. That was a very fast 50 from him. Very last leg. It's pretty even field now. Let's see who gets their hand on the wall first. Seat 2.
And it looks like it's going to be Lucas Stefan from Franklin getting his hand on the wall first. A 1:52.18. Very fast time for him.
A 26.31 from lane 4. Wow. Lucas Stefan, that is a great last 50. Great anchor for that relay.
And next up, we have Heat 3. Like I said earlier, these times do count for these leadoff swimmers, and they're excited to go fast and lead off their relay, get a chance to lead off. And yeah, you just want to go as fast as you can because your time will count. And same goes for the 400-yard freestyles that we'll see later.
This is Heat 3, last heat this morning. In Lane 1, Brownsburg A. Lane 2, Noblesville A. Lane 3, Carmel C. Lane 4, Riviera A. Lane 5, Indiana Swim Club A. Lane 6, Lake Central Barracudas A. Lane 7, Irish Aquatics B. And in Lane 8, Summit City Aquatics A.
And let's see who's first at this 50 mark here. So far, it looks like Riviera A is having a really good leadoff swim. No, ISCA having a really good leadoff swim. 25:75. Really fast time for him. And that was Peter Kovacs leading off for Indiana Swim Club.
Indiana looking great out there. Indiana Swim Club, Lane 5. That's Easton Zhao right now leading out front. Over a body length ahead the rest of the field. He just split 26.90. It's a great second leg. Diving in for Indiana Swim Club, Dylan Van Saint. It looks like Lane 4. Riviera Swim Team catching up. That's Mac Allen. Indiana Swim Club, anchor leg, Gabrielle Marchon. Diving in the water. 26.9 from Lane 7, Irish Aquatics, Max Barnes for that 50. Third leg, that was great leg. Fastest 50 across the field. Oh, looks like it's going to be a race here to the finish.
And let's see who can out-touch the other person. Looks like it's going to be Riviera comes back. That was Kai Paredes with a 24.9, giving his team the new time to beat a 1:48. And these boys who are going to be swimming in finals have this time in their head when they're swimming, but are just ready to go fast. So 1:48.41 will be the time to beat in finals for those teams competing in that final heat.
Next event we have boys 13-14, 400 freestyle relay.
Now the 400 freestyle relay, same concept as the 200-yard freestyle relay, but these boys are swimming a 100 instead of a 50, and 100 times do count for all of these boys, so you know they'll be going as fast as they can on these hundreds to try and get a good lead-off time and a good, maybe new best time for themselves.
In Lane 1, we have Avon Community Swim Team A. Lane 2, Zionsville A. Lane 3, Fort Wayne B. Lane 4, Fishers B. Lane 5, Capital A. Lane 6, Franklin Regional A. And in Lane 7, Irish Aquatics B.
And let's watch these boys here. Let's see how fast they can go out. Remember, this is 4 100s for each swimmer. And these are the fastest, normally the fastest 4 for each relay that they can make. And so far, Zionsville A is having a really good swim. That was Ike Berry. He swam earlier. He swam the 100 freestyle earlier. Let's see how he can do here as Ike has a huge lead, but watch out for Avon at the top of your screen. They're pushing each other, and in those relays, those are some real races because you know exactly where the other team is before you dive in, and you just want to try and catch each guy that's in front of you.
Zionsville off to a great start. Lane 2 at the top of your screen. Takes 4 people to do a relay. It's hard to win a relay, and you don't have 4 people all invested, all in. Each person has to do their own job. You see at the top of your screen, lanes 1 and 2, Avon Community Swim Team in Zionsville. That's Ethan Miller in lane 1, Brady Wright in lane 2.
And wow, no real pull ahead. Zionsville has it coming back, but it looks like Avon has it going down. And I mean, all that matters is the way you come back, but these boys are doing a really good job of pushing each other and racing each other. It's going to be a close finish for these two.
Still looks like it's Zionsville in lane 2 leading right now. Field is tightening up. Lane 5. Capital Aquatics making their move. That's Miles Elroyd. Zionsville. Lane 2, Eli Dollins. Still trying to hold his own, fighting for that. Get his hand on the wall. We have one more leg left. After 3 relay swimmers, lane 5 touches first, Capital Aquatics. Now Jack Hildreth is in the water for Capital in lane 5. Anchoring at Zionsville, lane 2, Clay Zittle anchoring for that relay.
And wow, what a close race. And we saw Capital come out of nowhere on that last 100. It really has been a race between Zionsville and Avon, and Capital's really sneaking up on them. Looks like those two boys are neck and neck, and we'll see what happens here at the finish.
Last 25 heading into the wall. Looks like it's going to be Capital Aquatics. Jack Hildreth finishing strong for his relay. This is heat 1. Finishes at 3:37.81 to Capital Aquatics. Second, Zionsville, 3:42. And third, Avon Community Swim Team, lane 1, 3:43.2.
And time to beat, 3:37. All of these boys are ranked in these next heat. The relays are ranked a little bit higher, but relay times can change so much because they're just from times where they try to get the relays in, and most of these times are right on the state cut.
Next heat, heat 2. In lane 1, we have Boiler Aquatics A. Lane 2, Newburgh Sea Creatures A. Lane 3, Carmel Swim Club D. Lane 4, Evansville A. Lane 5, Riviera Swim Team A. Lane 6, Warrior Swimming A. Lane 7, Brownsburg Swim Club A. And Lane 8, Southeastern Swim Club A.
And something you don't see very often is a D relay mixed with all those A and Bs. And yeah, Carmel D is really gonna have to make a move here if they even want to try and place with their other teammates who are all in the last heat, or all in the next 2 heats today.
Looks like lane 7, Brownsburg Swim Club. Isaac Johnson is having a great leadoff leg here. He'll touch the wall at 51.54. Diving in for Brownsburg, Ethan Pyrus in lane 7. Lane 2, Newburgh Sea Creatures, Garrett Klein over there. And lane 4, Greater Evansville, Lance Smith. It's still lane 7, Brownsburg Swim Club. Ethan Press in lane 7.
It's still a close race between all of the teams. The real leader here, though, so far is Greater Evansville Aquatic Team. But we will have a race. And we have at the bottom of your screen in lane 7, Brownsburg really making a move here. And Brownsburg touching first with a 28-47 split. Not the fastest. That was Riviera. That belongs to E.B. Warren from Riviera. And he just gives his team back in a good spot for Noah Geppert to go fast. And let's see how Brownsburg can do here, if they can hold that lead or if they're going to lose it to Riviera. And so far, Noah Geppert's doing a good job of getting his team on that comeback train and trying to set the fastest relay time.
Brownsburg in lane 7, Riviera in 5. Newburgh Sea Creatures lane 2. Looks like Riviera swim team is first heading into that last leg. Trent Allen diving in for Riviera. Brownsburg lane 7, Carter Barces. Lane 7, anchoring this relay.
And now Riviera has made the full comeback, and they're about ready to go extra fast. And that is Trent Allen, sorry, in the water there for Riviera. And let's see what happens here on this final 25 of this relay. Trent Allen has a huge lead for Riviera. Almost a whole body length here. And the new time to beat is a 3:35.53. That's Riviera Swim Club there for them. We'll have one more heat of the relay left. After that, we have a 15-minute break, courtesy break for the mile swimmers, where we will have 3 heats of the boys, 13-14 mile.
This is heat 3. Last heat this morning. Boys 13-14, 400-yard freestyle relay. Lane 1, Fort Wayne Swim Team A. Lane 2, Lake Central Barracudas A. Lane 3, Summit City Aquatics B. Lane 4, Valpo A. Lane 5, Center Grove A. Lane 6, Concord A. Lane 7, Noblesville Swim Club A. And in Lane 8, Hoosier Hills Otters A. Looks like Lane 4, Valpo. Off to a great start. That's George Patterson in Lane 4. Lane 5, Center Grove Aquatics, that's Henry Linus right behind him.
And wow, a close race between those 3 teams at the bottom of your screen. That's Valparaiso, Center Grove, and Concord Swim Club.
Touching first, Valpo, first leg, George Patterson, 50.1.
And you see Valpo making their move here with Heshan Karutnat. And wow, just good race between those 3 boys. They're all pushing each other. They're all trying to push each other for that best time, that top seed time, so that these last heat of boys have to beat them in finals tonight.
You can see those 3 lanes in the middle of your screen. Lanes 4, 5, and 6, Valpo, Center Grove, and Concord. As we head into this 3rd leg, Valpo will be first at the halfway point. Diving in for Valpo, Court Wallace. Diving in for Center Grove, Nikhil Iyer. And 3rd leg for Concord in lane 6, Camden Stutzman.
And we have a very close race still. No one really giving an edge here. It's going to be a pretty close race to the finish. We'll see who ends up actually getting first, but so far, very good heat. Let's see. That's going to be Court Wallace turning first, but he better watch out for Camden Stutzman from Concord because he's really given him a race.
Heading into this last leg, very close race. Concord, lane 6, touches first. Now in the water for Concord, Will Delio in lane 6. Lane 5, Center Grove. Max Height is last leg. And Valpo, lane 4, Landon Schmiel.
And wow, watch Landon Schmiel there from Valpo. He's really having a good swim, a good fast 100-yard freestyle. That might really give Valpo the edge here in this relay, and it looks like it will with a 25 to go. And let's see what the new time to beat is gonna be. It's gonna be a very big time drop from that last heat, a 3:26:40. So that's what these teams will have to beat tonight to get on podium. That's gonna be Dunlin A, Southeastern Swim Club A, Carmel B, Carmel A, Summit City A, Irish A, Fishers Area A, and the Carmel Swim Club B, or Carmel Swim Club C. And we will have a 15-minute break before the mile. And meanwhile, we will read some of the results that we've been getting from the past events.
For the boys, 11-12, 50-yard butterflies. Top 16. Coming back for finals tonight in 16th, Isaiah Vose. 15th, Gabrielle Wang. In 14th, Kristen Lamp. 13th, Christopher Dibley. 12th, Kai Paradis. 11th, Gareth Thomas. 10th, Moses Weaver. And in 9th place, Peter Kovacs. Top 8, A final, boys 11-12, 50-yard butterfly. In 8th place, Kellen Whitehouse. 7th place, Charlie Christensen. 6th, Nathan Hollander. 5th, Quentin Upshaw. 4th, Joshua Salutsky. 3rd, Eddie Zhu. 2nd, Grant Weir. And 1st place heading into finals tonight from Center Grove Aquatic Club, Cameron Mazdai. For the boys, 13-14, 200-yard butterfly. Top 16 tonight for finals. In 16th place, Ike Berry. 15th, Will Chamley. 14th, Drew Yunny. 13th, Hayden Weber. 12th, Anthony Korchenk. 11th, Coy Raymer. 10th, Everett Loney. 9th, Camden Stutzman. Top 8 for boys 13-14, 200 butterfly. In 8th place, Carter Hadley. 7th, Derek Robinson. 6th, Brian Kwan. 5th, Lee Balcom. 4th, Logan Polswinski. 3rd, George Callis. 2nd, Louis Zhang. And your top qualifier for the boys 13-14, 200-yard butterfly from Carmel Swim Club, Luke Pugh. So we currently have a 15-minute break before the boys 13-14, 1650 freestyle. There will be 3 heats this morning. Tonight we will start at 5 o'clock with 1 heat of the boys 13-14, 1650-yard freestyle. There will only be 1 broadcast tonight, which will be in the South Pool. Boys and girls will swim together in the South Pool. There'll be 1 heat of girls mile and then the 1 heat of boys mile starting at 5 o'clock tonight. Again, 15-minute break before we start the boys 13-14, 1650 freestyle. All right, we are back with the boys 13-14, 1650 freestyle. Get started here shortly. This is heat 2. Heat 1 will be swimming with finals tonight. So we're starting with heat 2.
And the meet record and Indian Association record belong to Olympian Michael Brinegar, gold medalist, I believe. He went a 15:40.78 back in 2014 and a 15:28.79 back in 2014. Our fastest seed, which will swim tonight, is AJ Adams, 16:35.03. Our fastest seed this morning is in lane 4, Yvonne Blitzy from Concord, 17:54.28. We'll see him go for that zone cut in the mile, which is a 17:31.99. And as the counters start to line up, we will start our mile anytime soon. 66 laps of freestyle. And we had our 1,000 yesterday. This is 650 yards more than the 1,000. A very long event, but also, if you love distance, a very fun event to do.
You can see on the screen how a lot of teammates have left, but there's those coaches still on the side of the pool. Maybe some teammates have to go back and get some rest for some finals tonight. There are some teammates here on the side of the pool cheering, teammates counting. But normally for these distance swimmers, it's you in the pool and your coach and your counter. All right, heat 2 up on the block. In lane 1, we have Will Snyder from Fort Wayne. Lane 2, Hishan Karunati from Valpo. Lane 3, Carson Collier from Fort Wayne. Lane 4, Ivan Blistev from Concord. Lane 5, Todd Hunley from Club Olympia. Lane 6, Noah Moeller from Carmel. Lane 7, Drew Yanni from Avon Community Swim Team. And in lane 8, Aiden Clark from Carmel Swim Club.
And the major distance event, very hard. This is one of my favorite events personally. One of the events I usually swim. And the strategy here is to just stay as consistent as possible. My coach always tells me to hit that 3/4 catch up each and every time. You know what? What's your strategy for this event?
Oh man, it's a long event. You have to settle in for sure. Starting out smooth. You know, you see these boys out there, they're not starting out too fast. Their tempo isn't too short. You know, they're keeping that stroke long. You really got to swim your own race. There's a lot of different strategies to be able to swim this race. It's 3 550s, so you can break it up that way. You can break it up many different ways. Whatever is best for the strategy that you have been practicing. You can see lane 7, Drew Yoni, out in a 130.48. He's been looking smooth. All of these splits, 31s, 32s, a few 33s. But once you settle in at that, 200, 250 mark is what you want to try to hold for that pacing. Approaching the 200 wall now. A lot of communication you have with your counter as well. If you're on pace or off pace, they can let you know because you can't see the clock when you're in the water. The coach on the side of the pool, walking up and down, giving you hand gestures. It can tell you a lot about your pace, where you are, where you want to be, where you should be. But definitely swimming your own race because some of these times could be older. If you're looking at the rest of the field and who you're racing, Got to trust your training and the training that you've done for long races like this. Still Drew Yoni in first. He's at the bottom of your screen in lane 7. He's looking pretty smooth. Holding 31s. The only 31 in the field. A lot of swimmers are now at 32s and 33s. You can see their distance off their wall.
You're not really going to start to see them get much faster than this. They're going to try and stay right here at this spot because you just want to find that good spot where you feel where you're feeling good enough to stick there, but not good enough to the point where you're going slow. So yeah, you'll start to see these boys not get much faster until the last 10, 20-ish laps. If they can get faster by then, they will.
Again, there are 3 heats this morning. 1 heat tonight with finals, but this is a timed final event. So after everyone has swam the top 8 times from this morning and tonight, will go on the podium and earn a medal. So that someone in this first heat could win the entire event. That is possible. Drew Yoni still in lane 7. First at the 400.
And he's only about 102 so far for his 100 pacing. Pretty good pace to hold. I know that's the senior state cut pacing that you need to do.
He's actually getting faster. That was a 30-point split. He's been 31s. This isn't necessarily I think it's a bigger problem with the girls, but the longer the distance, your cap can fall off, which is not fun for a girl. It definitely happened to me in this race. For boys, it might happen, but hopefully that cap doesn't start slipping. That could be a huge distraction. Another thing when swimming the mile in these long races is circle swimming. That can add a lot of yards. You kind of see Drew hugging that lane line down there in lane 7. I don't know if he's circle swimming or staying on that lane line the whole time, but that can definitely add up throughout the whole mile.
And now that 500, 510, 94, very fast split. First 500 split too, so that means we're already about 1/3 roughly through the first mile. We have 2 more after this.
Approaching this 150 wall. Still Drew in lane 7. 31.8 for that split. 31.8 for Todd Hundy in lane 5 as well.
And you can come back from anywhere, so you don't really want to start coming back right now if you're Todd Hundley. You want to stay in your own race, and where you make up your yardage that you're missing is in those last 10, 20 laps, because that's when you have to count down, and that energy that you have left, if you have any left, and that's where you should use it within the last 20 laps. More or less within the last 10 laps.
There aren't too many opportunities to swim a 1650. It's not offered at every meet. So some of these times may be older, but maybe not. We might see some big time drops here in Heat 2. I wonder if Todd Hundley sees Drew in lane 7. It's also hard to keep track of where everyone is, so you just got to swim your own race. Yeah, Drew is hugging that lane line a little bit, and then once he comes back, he's more in the middle of the lane, if not the other side of the lane. So that circle swimming can be hard habit to break. I mean, you do it in practice every day, and once you come to a meet, it's kind of weird. You get the whole lane to yourself. You're not going to hit hands with anyone, or crash into anyone. You got the whole lane. And here at this pool, the lanes are very big, which is a good thing. But you're kind of swimming alone.
And it's also, since the lanes are so big, a lot of what these distance swimmers do with smaller lane lines is try to draft off of each other just a tiny bit so they don't have to go as fast with either their kick or pull as hard with their stroke. And you can't really draft here just because the lane lines are so big. They're in bulky and they block out a lot of the water coming from both lanes.
Drew in lane 7 still setting that speed in heat 2. 8:21 for that 800. 31.5. He's been 31s the whole time. Majority of the time. He's looking great. Todd Hunley, 8:27. 32.3 on that 50. You want to try to be as efficient as possible when swimming the mile. You don't want to have any extra energy wasted. You want to breathe as much as you can without it slowing you down. And those walls, especially those turns, I mean, they're just as important in a mile, I believe, as they are in a sprint event. Just because you have so many of them. No, they don't maybe need to be as fast and as quick as you would do in a 50 or 100 or as many dolphin kicks off the wall. But they still need to be efficient, because if they're slow and not efficient and you don't have a great streamline, that can also be big draft off those walls.
And all those boys starting to separate a little bit more here. Drew has a 9:23. The next best person, that's Todd, with a 9:32. So about a 10-second lead for Drew here. And in third, that's Yvonne with a 9:43. So a little race between him and Carson Collier. But other than that, huge leads for first place and second place. 10 seconds is actually a lot of lead. That's almost 3 or 4 whole body lengths. More than half of the pool.
Drew looking great, approaching the 1,000.
And we had the 1,000 last night. None of these swimmers are the same, I believe. I think Noah Moeller actually down there in lane 6 might have done the 1,000 yesterday. So a lot of swimming yardage for him this weekend, if that was the case.
I think that was Drew's first 32. We'll see how he handles this rest of the race. He's been looking great so far.
And a 650, less than a 650 left for Drew. We'll see how he does here. Back down 31.72 at 10:59 right now, split wise. Looking really good. Not getting tired. Just switching between lane line to lane line. Gonna tire him out just a tiny bit. He's kind of swimming like zigzag, just a slight bit, going from lane line, lane line.
$31.7 on that 50 for Drew. Back down under 32. Takes a lot of training to swim this event. 66 laps. A lot of endurance. A lot of training of yards. A lot of pacing.
And Drew has taken a commanding lead in this heat. He's about like half a lap ahead of that is Todd Huntley down in lane 5. But watch that race at the top of your street. That's Ivan Maletsky and Carson Carlisle. That's going to be a good race for third place as we see those boys start to get faster. Drew's on lap 49, and these other two boys are on lap 47.
32.0 for Drew on that last 50. Very consistent. You might hear that bell ringing in the background. That's for the girls' pool. We're in the north pool. Girls are in the south pool, swimming the mile. .31 for Drew on that 50. 32.6 for Todd in lane 5. Very consistent across the field. Drew 32.2 on that 50. Todd 32.7. The rest of the field, very consistent. Holding 33 mids, 33 low. That's the key to the mile.
And exciting to watch these last 10 laps for these boys. As I know that when I see that last 10, I start getting faster each 25 just to try and have a good time drop. So very exciting to watch how fast these boys can go on those last 10 laps.
You can see in your screen the coaches down cheering.
And if you are watching and looking for Lucas Barnes, George Patterson, or Carter Trappier, looks like they will be swimming in the north or in the south pool on the other broadcasts. So make sure if you are trying to watch for them, their mile, go to that other broadcast to watch.
Drew Yoni still leading the pack. Todd right behind him. It's going to be a great time for Drew in lane 7. Big time drop for him. 32.9 from Carson Collier, lane 3. 33.2. You can see these boys are now stepping down their times a little bit. They know they're getting close to the end. About to finish the mile. You can hear that bell lap there. Drew Yoni, 31.5.
Still got 2 heats left, right? Yeah, you do. Great. Didn't tell us. I shut down.
Drew at the finish here. 17.20. Wow. What a time drop for Drew. He was seated with an 18.03. Last 50, 30.4. See the rest of these boys finishing this mile. You can see their tempo gearing up a little bit. Todd Hunley, lane 5, finishes second, 17:36. Great time drop for him, too. Seated with a 17:54, dropped 20 seconds. Fight for third. You can see these three boys. Very close. Third goes to Carson Collier, 17:56. Just 1 second off his best time. Fourth place, lane 4. Ivan, 17:59. Fifth, Noah Moeller, lane 6, 18 minutes. Great times for these boys. Again, heat 4 is Lucas Barnes, George Patterson, and Carter Tripper. If you are watching them or want to watch them, they are in the South Pool, so they are on the other broadcast and they just started. The next heat will be heat 3 and the North Pool. The South Pool just started for the very last heat. Great times for heat 2. Heat 3 up on the block. In lane 2, we have Luke Feller from Carmel Swim Club. Lane 3, Camden Stutzman from Concord. Lane 4, Alejandro Stoner from Avon Community Swim Team. Lane 5, Anthony Korchenk from Boilermaker Aquatics. Lane 6, Jake Zishka, Summit City. And in lane 7, Sam Hole from Carmel Swim Club.
Very exciting to have this second or third heat of the mile in our pool, and also have this be the last individual time final event in prelims. And after this, we have the 10 and under session, and those 10 and unders are excited to swim on their last day.
Some early speed here in heat 3, lane 6, Jake Zishka out in 57.5, under a minute. Trying to set that pace, settle in. Long race here. He has a pretty high tempo, you can see, compared to the others. $31.7 for Jake Zishka. Lane 4, Alejandro Stoner, 31.9.
And a good race so far by Alejandro Stoner from the Avon community. Let's see how he does here. But you also see Jake Zishka from Summit City kind of pushing him a little bit. It's going to be a fun race to watch. If you have someone pushing you in the mile, especially like Jake Zishka.
200 mark. Looks like Alejandro Stoner and Jake Zishka battling it out right now. Very long race ahead. Alejandro Stoner has the fastest seat in this heat with an 18.16. Zone cut is 17.31. Alejandro Stoner now in first place, 32.0 on that 50, fastest 50 in the field.
And they're about to reach that 300 mark already. Gone by very fast so far. We'll see what they do. 305 for Alejandro Stoner. A 306. No, 308.68 for Jake Zishka. Very fast times so far. Very fast outs. We'll see how they do here. A lot of laps left to go. They're on the 13th lap right now.
Stoner, lane 4, looks like he's making his way to at first. 32.2 on that 50. 33.3 by Jake Zishka. Luke Feller, lane 2, 32.9. 33s all across the field, except for those few.
Other people on the broadcast, they were running heat 4 in separate broadcasts. It's a separate broadcast, so they've got to go into Indiana City YouTube and get the boys South Pool broadcast.
For Heat 4, this is Heat 3. For Heat 4, Lucas Barnes, George Patterson, and Carter Trippier. If you are wanting to watch their mile, they are going on right now in the South Pool. It is a different broadcast. If you go on Indiana Swimming, on YouTube, you will find boys South Pool 1650 freestyle. This is Heat 4 that is going on in the South Pool right now. Heat 3 is what we are broadcasting. Heat 4 is on a different broadcast.
And so far, Alejandro Stoner from Avon Community is having a really good mile pace, out in about a 5:16 for his 500, very fast, and holding about 32 mids, so very good for him.
Jake Zishka up to 33.9. Consistency is what's important in this mile. Jake was out very strong. Hopefully he can hold on. Anthony Korchenk in lane 5 is also seated with an 8:16. Same with Stoner in lane 4. You can see Anthony starting to creep up here a little bit.
And the first third of the mile is done. A 550 is over with. 2 550s to go for these boys. And Alejandro Stoner still looking very strong. His pusher, the Jake Jiska, has kind of died off a little bit. Stoner getting the first real lead in this mile. We'll see how he goes throughout the rest of this. At the 600 mark, a 620 for Alejandro Stoner. Still hurting 32 mids or highs, but still going to be good enough to go extra fast and win, and hopefully win his heat, unless someone comes back.
Still a lot left in this race. Looks like these swimmers are doing a great job of swimming in a straight line. Not the circle swimming. Stoner, lane 4. Camden Stutzman, lane 3, 32.7. Looks like he's dropping his time down a little bit. Building through the mile is very important, but you can't start out too slow.
And at the 700 mark already, Alejandro Stoner.
32.1. In the previous heat, Drew Yoni was holding 31s, setting the pace for that heat.
And we're about to get to halfway, only a couple more laps. Or more or less only a couple few 50s left to get to halfway. And Stoner still looking really, really good on that mile here. And those two boys, the boy in lane 5, Anthony Kornicek from Boilermakers, having a really good race too, especially with Camden Stutzman from Concord.
32.9 from Stoner. 33.1 Korchenk. 33.4 from Camden. Jake Zishka, lane 6, 34.6.
And hitting that halfway mark soon, we'll see what Stoner is out at and on that halfway mark at a 9:03.99, so barely under 9:04. And Stoner at that halfway mark. We'll see what he does at the 1,000.
Again, if you're just logging on and wanting to see Heat 4, which is Lucas Barnes, George Patterson, and or Carter Trippier, they are in the South Pool on the live broadcast currently. They are on lap 37 in the South Pool, which is a different broadcast. If you go to YouTube, search Indiana Swimming, you will find the South live broadcast for the Heat 4 of the 1650 freestyle.
And at that 900 mark now, 9:36.89, 1,000 mark. We'll see his time here. Like I said, 1,000 swum yesterday. Lewis Zhang won that at the 9:38. And prelims, from the prelims heat, because you can win any distance or time finals event from the prelims heat. Let's see, 10:08.73 for Stoner. Very fast 1,000 split. We'll see what he can do here in the next coming laps. He has about 30 or 28 laps left. And his mile. These other boys, though, watch Cameron Stutzman and Anthony Kornicek in the middle or in between on the outsides of Stoner. And they're having a really good race with each other right now.
Jake Zishka back down to 32 on that 50. Stoner 32.7. 32.8. Kornchenk looks like he is trying to catch up. 33.2. Camden Stutzman, lane 3. Very consistent from these boys. Jake Zishka 33.6. 33.3 from Sam Hall, lane 7. Looks like there will be some time drops in this heat.
And Stoner still has that huge lead at the 1,100 mark, 11:14.41. That's up by 13 seconds for Stoner. We still have a lot of laps left, but a very fun race so far. And the mile can get really boring, so we're glad to have an interesting race between all of these boys so far today.
32.8 from Stoner. Korchenk 32.6. 32.4 Stutzman. He's making a move.
And Anthony Kornicek got a little bit faster there, 11:59. That makes Stoner only 12 seconds faster than him. Not a little bit under a 25. And we'll watch that race as it develops between Stutzman and Kornicek. For now, though, it's Stoner's race, and then after him, it's Kornicek's race. And Stutzman's making his move here as he's about to get at least less than a body length behind him, behind Kornicek. Let's see what happens here. And Stoner swimming his own race still at 12:52.64, and we're at that 1,250 mark.
For those of you watching, I know it might be kind of hard to understand such a long race and the running time, but pay attention to those splits, those 50 splits, and the consistency of them. That can tell you a lot about their training and the way that they're swimming. this event. Stoner in lane 4, 32.7 again. Very consistent. Looks like he found a great pattern, great rhythm. Lane 5, Korchek, 32.8, 32.1 from Stutzman. Man, that is coming on. He's feeling great this last couple hundred here.
And if you want to go watch, and if you're looking for Lucas Barnes, George Patterson, or Carter Trippier, and you want to watch them finish their race, you still have time. They're on lap. George is on lap 57 as well, and the other boys are on lap 53. Go make sure, if you want to go check out the other broadcast live streaming right now.
Great times for these swimmers here in heat 3 of the boys 13-14, 1650 freestyle. Stoner 32s. Jake Zishka back down to 32s. Lane 5, Kornchak, and lane 3, Stuntsman. I mean, they are neck and neck now. They might see each other, they might not. It's kind of far away with these big lanes, but they're racing. They're turn for turn right now.
And Stoner is about to lap Jake Zishka again, the person who was really sticking with him in that first 200. Says a lot about Stoner's race so far.
You can hear the bell lap for the South Pool. That's for heat 4 of the boys. They're just now finishing heat 4 in the South Pool. Stoner up to 33.1. I think that's his only 33 I've seen. 32 for Kornchak, 32.4 for Stutzman. Man. Great second half for both of them. They are close to being done now. Stoner still in first, second, and third.
As Stoner should be getting his bell lap here. And Stoner has good opportunity to finish his race here. We'll see what he goes. Just with another 33.03.
Stoner seated with an 18.16. He is definitely going to go a lot faster than that today. You can see him finishing strong here. Sprinting to the finish. 150 left. Be under 18 minutes. And second, we have lane 3 flipping. Last 50. Stuntsman just went 31.1. You can see Stoner sprinting to this finish. Great time drop for Stoner. 17.44. Great time. Second place looks like it's going to go to Stuntsman. 17.54 for him. 30.3 last 50. Wow. Kornchak, lane 5. Third place, 17.57. Heat 4 of the boys was in the South Pool. Lucas Barnes, 18.28. George Patterson, 16.46. And Carter Trippier, 18.37. Jake Zishka finishes 4th, 18:15. 5th, Luke Feller, 18:21. And 7th, Sam Hall, 18:22. We will start with the 10 and unders. Time finals at 1:30. And finals tonight for the 11, 12, 13, 14 will start at 5 p.m. There will be one podcast for both of those. Thank you from Ryan Conley and Gina Ferrix here at the IU Natatorium in Indianapolis, Indiana. And we'll see you tonight.